Hello, everyone. I'm running behind today. I do apologize for that. Had to get this camera fixed. This is my collection that I made the last couple days. Let me adjust this camera a little bit. That's the wrong way. And it's still adjusting it. Hi, Sandra. Trying to get the camera where the right part is in the screen. Turn this a little bit. I'm trying to get it where the right work area is in there. That's why I put the butterflies here so that I can adjust my work area according to this. So yeah, I did the 2 butterflies for Lisa and Kendra, and I forgot to turn on my camera's light. Hold on the phone. Because I noticed yesterday that helped a lot. So I do have the butterflies for Lisa and Kendra. I have the 2 butterflies, which is this one and this one. I just realized I did not. I know that's from this tie where I've got them tied together. This one, and then the dragonfly. These are going to go with the hat. And I've got Flutter's butterflies. And then I seem to have an extra butterfly. I don't know why I have an extra butterfly, but I do. So it'll be hanging around. Which is fine. But I tied them together so that I could remember what ends up and who belongs to what ones belong to who. Because that's how I do things. Change how I have this tied. Thank you, Sandra. I think the rainbow leather made these work really well. No matter what piece of leather I use, it's going to look good, and they're all going to be different. It would be very difficult to make 2 identical. It would be extremely difficult to make 2 identical ones. So as you can see, I cleaned up my work area yesterday after after working on the hat and butterflies. Now we're going to be working on this hat. I thought I had a pattern that I already adjusted. I'm trying to find that one. And I'm not having luck finding it. Now I need to measure this because I think this is the one that was not the right size. So I think the problem is not the pattern. Actually, it is. I need to make it at least to there. I need to add. Did I? Okay, I cut this one. So, because this one was already cut, I am going to have to start scratch with this one. This is the uncut version of it. And I'm going to adjust it to make it fit. Just realized my screen was sitting at 120%. No wonder I couldn't see most of my screen. Thought it looked weird. But this is a Garrison cap pattern that I got. The solid lines are the edge of the fabric, cut lines, the dotted lines are the stitch lines. So I'm going to measure here. I hate it. Flat. So this one should come out to almost 25 inches, and I don't think it will. Hers needs to be 23 with her hair. I can double check. Let me see, measure. Yeah, 23 inches. I'm not going to use up 2 inches. So I'm going to split the pattern down the middle. And I am going to take out a little bit. I see 22, that's 23. And to allow for the liner. You know what? I'm going to cut this to 24 inches. I just think that's the right, that'll be better. And so that's 3/16 off of each pattern piece. If that is actually might be. I just have to cut it off. Peel back this a little bit. Got this extra paper. Because the pattern pieces come so you can print them on your own printer, you have to tape them back together when you're done, when you print them. I print them on legal paper so that they're 8.5 by 14. Most of them are made to be on A4 paper, which is just a little bit more narrow and a little bit shorter than the legal paper. So it works well for me. So this is not the exact center. I hate that. I hate that they didn't put the center line, split the pattern on the center line, because that would have been ideal. Let me see how much that is. It's 4/16. Or, yeah, 4/16. So I'll take 5/16 off of this side. And barely trim this side. I need to get my quilter's ruler out. And there's no graceful way to do this. This one's, I hate having to use this one because this one does not have a non-skid back on it. Which means it is more prone to sliding out of place when I'm working. And I can actually see where the line is. Ooh, cut it. So Worst case is I pause the stream and run upstairs and run it again. Close enough. This fun part. And that comes right at 24, which is an inch. 12, double it, 24, which is about an inch larger than what they say they need this hat on. The other one, I cut the pattern exactly the size I needed, and it was too small. So this should resolve that issue. So this pattern piece is done. Rosy, rosy, rosy. Oh, butterfly prices. Butterfly prices. $15. And the dragonfly is 10 because it's doesn't use as much fabric, even though it's larger as far as it's longer than them. You know, it looks, it is only less fabric. So these are 10 and these are 15. Most of them are not double, they're single. This one. So that's the one I should have shown. These are 15. You want to see, oh, you weren't in here. That's right. These are the two from yesterday that you requested. Hang these back. These are the ones I'm sending on my commission. With the commission, the hat that I made, I'm sending a set to go with the hat, one of each. Now I got them all twisted. And then I have this one is flutters. And I have an extra one that I made. Yep. Actually, I have both of these. I guess Flutter can pick whichever one she wants, since I have two different ones. Yes, I do. You commissioned 3 yesterday. So when Flutter comes, I think Flutter's going to like this one because of the pink that's in it. Yes, Sandra, that's always fun, isn't it? I actually do it a lot. I don't like it. So yes, Rosie dear, you commissioned 3 butterflies yesterday. Butterflies. And gets this gets put over it. I bent this because I was measuring how it was going to sit, how much of the hat was going to sew when this is sewn on. Because this does wrap around the front. I think it wraps around a lot, but I'm going to leave this alone. And I'm not going to put a seam in the back. I'm going to lay this on. I'm going to flip the pattern. So I'm going to lay it and I'm going to flip it, or I'm going to fold the leather so that I have one continuous piece, if at all possible. If I can get a solid piece out of the leather, then I'd rather do this in one solid piece and not have a seam in the back. There's no reason to. The only reason why the hat has a seam is because these are on an angle. And this goes over it, so that's where I had shortened it. I was going to make it go to here. I was testing it to see if I wanted to shorten it that much. I'm going to put this up where I can see the stitch lines in it. Yeah, because I was going to stitch it to there. This is part of what happens when I'm making things. I have to play with patterns to make sure patterns are what we need, or the way I need it. Yeah, I like having a little bit of the other part of the Garrison cap sticking out. I think it looks cleaner. So I'm going to use, this is my cut line, and this is a stitch line on this one. And that's part of what took up that space when I made the first one. They're 15 each, Rosie. Let's see. Let's stick these little pieces. This low tack masking tape is my ruler, I guess I should. It rules when it comes to these patterns that I do. Because you can actually see through it still. In some places it's not easy to see through, but you can see through it. And this is the very top of the hat, which is going to also have to be altered unless I just let it run off the edge when I stitch it, because this gets stitched in up here. And We actually had altered the original pattern. Let's see. Well, I'm going to leave this one. There is not a lot of extra to work with there. Yes, Rosie. I was originally going to shorten this, but I don't know that I am. Let's see if I make it to full height. What is that going to look like? Lisa just went live. Ugh. If anyone goes over to Lisa's live, they can tell her that I'm not going anywhere because I'm kind of already live. Hi, Terry. Good to see you. I have the original ones that I made that did not fit. And this is one of them. They've been sitting in a box from where he shipped them back. And I'll probably end up selling these. Yeah, this one didn't overlap much, so I think I'm going to make it overlap a little more. And I actually did end up putting a seam back here because it didn't fit right. But I think I'm going to trust the pattern more this time. And I made this one as well. This one I put the piping here is in addition to here. But other than that, the pattern was the same. And they were slightly too small for her. And I think part of it has to do with the added in here, because I also added a piping on here. And I'm going to forego the piping this time and do it different. So I figure if I get everything cut out today, then I can move forward on the rest of it. Think about it tonight and see what I'm going to do. Put my coffee somewhere. Yeah, I think cutting that down will give it enough. That'll give it a decent amount of visibility. Yeah. So I'm going to cut the rest of this as I have it. And I have leather. They've got a spot on this leather too, which I need to see if I can clean up a little bit, or I'm going to have to work around it. I think that's just a spot that's going to have to be worked around. It almost is like the texture is different too. So that might just be the nature of the skin. Somewhat like right here, you can see where they had it clipped when they were tanning it. Holes because it's skins. Just trying to read up everything. Yeah. I don't do face streams right now. My face isn't the important part anyway. That's not where the good stuff's coming from. It's from my hands. Oh, this one is long. Let's see if I can adjust some stuff over here. At least misplace or place some stuff out of the way temporarily. So to give myself a little bit of extra space. What am I getting? A box. Oh, a box of pins. Make sure my space over here doesn't have anything in it. It does not. This is my box of marking pins, which I will not be able to use on this. So I buy them by the box. Which reminds me, I was supposed to put something on my list, and I forgot what it was. Coffee has to move. For obvious reason, the coffee has to move because the last thing I need to do is get coffee stains on this white leather. It's hard working with white. My hands don't love it because I wind up using a lot of product on my hands in order to keep the stuff clean. I am going to cut this out first, I think. It would fit across here if I really wanted to put the seam in it, but it won't fit on there twice, I don't think. Let's see. Can I get it out of here? Actually, I can. I would be able to get it out of there. It looks good. I am going to try to work this from the back side. That's what it is. This one still has too much of an angle on it. Look at this one more time. If I do it separate, I still have a ton of overlap, a decent amount of overlap. So that's what I'm going to do it separate pieces. That way I can keep that seam in the back. Because the pattern piece is not straight on the back edge. And as I work with this, wrinkles will start to fall out. Let me see. I might work from the back side if I have a good clean surface. And this, okay, this part I can work from the back side. One of the reasons I like to work from the back side is I can write on it if I need to and mark it. I won't do any, double check this because this is a soft leather. I need to double check if I use Sharpie on it. Does it bleed through? I can see the Sharpie mark. I don't know if you can see it in here. I can see it. You can. You see it right there. Right there. You can see the Sharpie mark. So I cannot use Sharpie on the back of it because it shows through. So Sharpie will not be marking anything on this pattern. Stick him all the way back there because I don't need him. Actually, that kind of shows too. Let me see. I'm sorry. I just realized I'm sticking that in the camera. Not as bad, but I can definitely see it. I could get away using this lightly if I just do it just one swipe. I cannot see it. Yeah, even with light behind it, I'm not seeing those marks. I'm seeing where I scribbled back and forth this side, where I scribbled back and forth a few times, but the other places I'm not seeing it. So one swipe with it's fine. Sharpie, big no, because I can see it even more now. Get my strange shaped piece of leather. I use soft. For these hats, I use like a soft, it's lamb. I do the big pieces first. I wonder if I can get anything out of what's up here. I think I can get that little piece up here. Usually I do the big pieces first, but when I have odd inlets, I do. And I can get this one out of this. And more than anything, this is one of the things I do, is I mark it up because I'm not ready to tape everything down yet. So I've cut one. This will fit one of these. I'll need a second one. Actually, I'm going to do the second one in blue, so it's okay. Unless I have enough of this, I might line it in white. I don't know. No, I have to get 2 of these hats, so. I don't think I'll have enough to do 2 of them. And line them in white. One at a time. This one I do need to do 4 of these, but I will do one hat at a time in case I have to order another hide, which I'm hoping I do not. And I already know I can get another one here on this side, but I think I can get another one right here. Can. I'll actually probably cut this one, strangely enough, like this, because I think it's going to fit better. But it doesn't matter how I cut it, it fits. So there's my 2 brims. I'm going to put one layer of that. I'm going to leave this because if I fold this on this line I just marked, let me see, I may or may not have enough to do 2 more brims on that side. Let me check, because there's not many places the fabric is usually, the material is usually wide enough. It's not fabric. I refer to it as fabric. It is leather. It is the material I'm using to make this hat. Let's see. I can fit 1 brim there. I put pattern. And there's no way to get a second one there. So I'm going to go ahead and mark this one, because I know I need 4 of these. I need 4 of these for this hat, for 1 hat. This is going to be a brim. This one will not fit a second brim. It would have to shift down a little bit, so I will put a body here. Main part of the hat will go here. Need 2 of these, so I have most of my brim. I need 1 of each. I need 1 more body and 1 more brim. Unlike using regular fabric, you can't just stick pins in this, so it makes it a little more different when you're working with it. I mean, it would be easy if I could just poke pins in this. And as you can see, there's not enough here. I might, when I do the other piece, I might be able to come back and cut a piece going this way for the other hat. Just really trying to make sure I'm not using up too much. That's a wide spot, and I don't think there's any really narrow spots. All of these pieces can fit the brim, so it doesn't matter where I take it out. This is the part most people don't watch me do, is laying out my pattern pieces like this. This one is stitched on the machine, so it is different. Not one I would normally, I don't normally make things on the machine. It's just this pattern is better for the machine than what it is for hand, if that makes any sense. Now I'm going to minimize what I'm working with here. That was the whole point of this, is to cut back on how much fabric or how much material I'm working with. But in this case, the material happens to be leather, as I said. I was very disappointed when the other two hats didn't fit. I'm hoping if I put them up for sale somewhere, somebody will decide they need a white Garrison cap with blue trim. Someone doing some kind of stewardess costume or something, or military style dress, because the Garrison cap is a traditional cap. It's also called a few other words. There's some vulgar terms that are used with it. I still have a good bit of this hide left, so I should have enough for the second hat without problem. I'm folding it up with this part on the inside as much as possible to minimize the risk of anything getting this dirty. And I'm putting it in a special box so it doesn't get messed up. I'm going to double check this side of the hide. And make sure everything is still looking good. Looking good, looking good. No blemishes. Okay. There's nothing wrong with the hide now. That's upside down, but that's okay. I can work with it this way first. And you got a little bit short. And as I've said numerous times, you can't put pins in leather, so I use masking tape. And I can see the cut line through here, which is this solid line. I'm going to look at this. Oh, Marsha, I am so sorry you're feeling sick again. I wish whatever's the ick is that is in your area would leave you alone. Let's flip that over, get the sticky stuff out of my way. That is not easy to do. It's not easy to use that to cut this stuff right now because I need to change my blades and put another sharp blade in. Or sharpen that one up real good. I haven't sharpened it up in a bit. I'm going to place these this one. Well, I've got to pull it off of here. I've got to cut this one out and pull this off because I need this pattern piece to cut out another one. Unless I can lay this whole piece out and tape over it again. No, I don't want to cut two pieces at once. So I need to avoid doing that because it's too easy for it to shift. This is a piece of leather that I put a piece of polish and compound on. And this allows me to sharpen the blades up so that they cut better. The blades don't cost that much, and I have a ton of them, but I still sharpen my blade and reuse it. It's something that I save a little bit of money on. It's not much money, but it's still money saved. There. You guys know I save all my little scraps just in case I'm going to use them for something else later. You never know when you need a little piece of white leather for something. And I have used stuff like this if I were going to make like my pig purse or something like that. I could use this for the white of the eyes. It's big enough. So I save my scraps like this for that purpose. Set them over there for now. I have to straighten this line up a little bit. There we go. So one side of the Garrison cap. This piece is this here, this side. Trying to think of where I can set these. Set them here. Set this aside for a minute because I'm not to that point yet. Being able to get that piece out. This leather has a weird texture to it in some places. Using the weights. I get them and then I sit here and fight with the leather as it shifts around, and I've got my weights sitting right next to me. And that was the point of me getting weights, was so that I could put them on leather and stop it from shifting around. And I buy this stuff in bulk because I do go through, as you can see, I go through a lot of it. I know people that don't tape their patterns down, they exclusively use the weights. And I haven't mastered that yet. And that's what I originally bought these for, but they're smaller weights. I showed them the other day. They're different size weights. And you have to pull them to the top to get them off. That's the only way. You can't get the bottom ones off without taking off the top one. And these are 20-gram weights. This one's a 10, I think. Yeah. And then it comes with a couple of these little 5-gram weights. But I find that leaving them in the box like this and just, we're not sitting in here a little, right? Leaving them like this works just as well. And my big set has, difficulty coming out evidently. There it is. These are much bigger weights. These are 100 grams each. So this one has a lot more weight to it. And if I'm not mistaken, we'll put 3 there. Okay. Yeah. And I have 2 sets, 2 of the green ones. I just have to get the other one. I dropped it, and all the weights came out, and that means I got to crawl on the floor, and I'm just not physically in the position to crawl on the floor at this moment. I've been having some back issues, so if it doesn't resolve, I will get Topher to get down there and pick them up for me because he is an awesome grandson. Of course, today I'm liking Oliver too because Oliver, well, I'm always liking Oliver. I hate saying it that way. Oliver made my coffee today, which I need. And my coffee has been off screen because the bottom of my cup was wet. And I really don't need to get coffee on white leather. Actually, I'll make it a place to sit all the way in the back since I won't be pushing anything back here for a while. Don't need this space where I've got my sewing thread. I can stick that back there. And actually, I think I might see how this works. Because this is such a thin leather, I think with it having it taped proper, that cutting it like this is just as easy, or is easier than using the razor knife. Usually I do not use scissors. But then again, most of the leather I work with is too thick to use scissors. To use traditional scissors. You can buy scissors that cut the thicker leather, but one of the things it does is it puts a lot of tension on your hands. Tension that I don't need on my hands because I have enough issues with my hands. Again, nice big pieces here I can use. Not huge pieces, but big that I can use in making other projects. I am frugal. I admit it. But, I hate to buy a whole hide just to make eyeballs because I need a little piece of white. And the only other white I have is rather thick. Too thick to be layering on top of other stuff to make eyes. So again, I will take the tape off of here. And this is low tack tape, but if you leave it over time, it will leave a residue. It takes about a week or so before it starts leaving a residue. So I take it off immediately. That's some decent size pieces for using for accents for other things. But this piece, I don't need this until I'm either working on the other hat or I'm working on blue. So there's our very top piece, our gusset, being this piece up here. This is the fun one because I have to do 4 of these. I'm going to cut down the size of this that I'm working with. These are both browns, if I'm not mistaken. And I can do this if, and only if, I pin this all the way around because the leather slips so easy that it's just not worth trying to do it, and it's slipping a little bit. And when I go to get my other brim off, it's missing a piece. I don't know that I can do it without clipping that edge. But I can clip the edge that without a problem. I'm just going to see if it's going to be easy to do this. Might be. Especially, I can fold, when I tape it, I can fold it over the edge. Because that's... Make sure there's plenty of space. This is what I mean by clipping it so it doesn't slide. Using these little clips. I have tons of these little clips. I bought them and my brain didn't evaluate how much I was getting until after they came in. And I have a bucket, a small bucket. It's about this tall, about this big around, sitting next to me, full of these little red clips. And I'm going to shift this down a little bit. That way I know I'm clearing the edge. I'm going to be clearing all those edges. I can do this. Pushing those pieces together and taping them over here will help keep them straight. Oh, that's close. That edge is close. Too close for comfort for me. Adjust this leather a little bit. There we go. Now that'll work. Put a clip holding this pattern piece and the leather together so it doesn't move. Put plenty of lip on this top edge that I'm not going to mess it up and miss it. I hope everybody's having a good Sunday. Good happy Sunday today. Feel guilty cheating on this. I'm trying to cheat on this. Usually on fabric, that's what you would do, is you would do 2 layers, 2 layers at one time. And I'm just hoping I don't live to regret this by having to buy another hide. Because that's not my idea of fun, is having to buy an extra hide and wait for it to come in order to finish project work. And I did tape it, flipped it to flip the tape on it for a reason, and that was to hold it in place. I'm going to put a little tape here to ensure that this doesn't slide when I go to cut it. That's why I have the tape here. Now I have the tape on this piece here at the back. The tape is up here. And I think that back leather is going to hold still. Pretty flat. I'm going to cut this with a knife. Because I think it's the right thing to do. And I will clip it as I'm cutting it because, well, this edge I can do. And I'm trying to ensure that these pieces do not slip. So I am clipping it so that this edge doesn't slide as I'm working. I think I'm going to release this bottom edge first. I'm going to start this through all the layers. It's important to be through all the layers so that I can use this edge piece as I cut. I can ensure that I've cut through all the layers by pulling this apart. And I am going to have to get me some more clips because I don't have that many on the table. In my sewing, I use these clips the way some people would use straight pins to hold pieces together when they're working. I just got a bright idea for this hat that I'm going to have to try. I'm going to have to possibly get some packing paper or something so I can lay out this theory and see if it would work. And if it does, then I am going to print the pattern again to change how my process on something before I do the next one. I have ADHD, and this is what my brain does when I'm working on things. It all of a sudden goes, hey, can you do this? And everybody in chat is so quiet. I think with my chat being so quiet, I won't ever need anyone to want to read chat for me, because it will always be quiet. So yeah. I lost my stream for a second there. There it is. Because I'm doing this, I'm going to go back to the original cut line. I'm going to turn this. I realized trying to cut it across my body is not going to work. It's not the way I work. See if I can. Let me see if I can scissor this, because it's easier to do it with scissors. With this soft leather. I survived doing that, and both pieces are right. Pull off all this paper off this other piece. Paper and tape. Put the little pieces over there out of the way. Checking chat, and again, it's so quiet. I think everybody's off watching something else. So there's two of those. I have two of the pieces done. And I will keep these together because they are definitely a left and a right. And so I will put them good sides together. and keep these two pieces together so that when I start making the hat and putting it together, I don't have to fondle with the pieces to figure out where my left and my right is. I don't know that I'm going to be able to do the same here. Might have to cut this loose because I'm going to have to do this one here. I keep grabbing these my smaller scissors. I need to use these. Hi, Monica. I'm not sure I understand the question, and it might be because the stupid heart's in the way, blocking me from being able to see the whole question. Yeah, I'll be able to do that up here. Oh, see, that's what was throwing me. I actually work with a lot of different leathers. Most of my leather is cow, but I do work with lamb, such as what I'm working with here. Pig, I have worked with elephant, not my fondest leather to work with because it's very tough. I've worked with caiman crocodile. I have worked with alligator. And I've worked with ostrich, which was Scott's hat, was ostrich skin. So I've worked with a variety of leather. I don't have one kind of leather I prefer. I have worked with faux leather. I don't like working with it. It doesn't. Its hand is not the same. Hand being the way it acts is just it's just not the same. Um, but if I had a commission, I would. I have no clue how much the stuff would cost to buy it, so it might cause an upcharge if it were pricier to acquire. And I still hit the camera. I did try to move my camera to the other side of the table. It did not work because it would not show my whole space that I need to work with. This one is going to go this way without a problem. I need to flip this. To go this way. I absolutely should have been able to do this. I'm doing this from this way. Should be able to do this in this way. I am absolutely not going to be able to do this the same. I'm going to have to do this one. I'm not going to be able to layer the two pieces of leather together because I'm going to have to flip it this way to do that one. Okay, I'll do one at a time. I don't understand what you mean by pattern. Do you mean pattern as in the coloring of the leather or the texture of the skin of the hide? Yes, I understand what you mean by images. You want me to take pictures of it. Okay. I will have to see most of my, because I know most of my cow is solid pieces, solid colors, because that's more for the hats and the bags and stuff. Okay. Let me jump over and look at what you're talking about real quick. Yep, I have enough rainbow. Okay. I'm reading my email real quick, and yes, I'm not going to read, not reading them all out loud. I do not have anything like that. I do have some with prints on it though, but I don't think it's cow. I think it's lamb. But I can go look. Yeah, I don't have any of that. Um, that kind of print. I do have some small hides that I did pick up. I'll have to look though. Oh, this folded a little bit. If that is what you want it made out of, and you can absolutely get it and have it shipped here, and then I can make it. Um, I mean, the reality is, depending on how they cut it, I don't need more than a square foot to make a butterfly. But it also depends if I mean, they can make what is classified as a square foot and it be 2 inches wide, and I can't have that. That wouldn't work. Um, because I couldn't fit the parts on it, and I'm pretty sure they won't let you buy less than a square foot anyway. Because that's usually how they sell it on Etsy, is they sell them by the square foot, which is basically 12 times 12 is 144 inches all over the place. So yeah. Oh, actually, they do it but squares on that one. So they have a 7 by 7 square, and all you're wanting is, what are you wanting out of that leather? So because that matters too. On what are you wanting me to make out of that leather? is indeed some interesting leather. So depending on what you're making out of, it would depend on how big of a piece I would need. And I don't know if you can see, but I'm actually cutting it back on where I cut the other piece off, which there's a line. There. This line's a little bit easier to see because it's got that tape on it. And there's a stitch edge here. And so that's where the original cut lines are. So I will be following those and cutting out this other piece. Yes, Monica, but what are you wanting to make with that? And you also need to see how big that print is, because there's a big difference if the circular type shapes are this big versus this big on how it's going to look. I'm going to tape into the scraps. Yes, but again, I need to know what it is you're wanting to make with that, because not all leather can be used for all projects. It's like the leather I'm working with right now would not be appropriate for making a handbag. It's a very soft, super soft leather. It would have to be backed, severely backed by something in order to use it to make a bag, and it would wear easy. It would wear fast. It would wear out fast. So making sure you're getting the right leather for the project is important. I needed to do that exploration of making a bunch of keychains. It reminds me that you can have quick results with the leather crafting because things have been going slow lately on the work of the leather crafting stuff. Just need to get all these commissions caught up because I'm, like these hats that I'm working on right now threw me off because these are rework and I don't like doing rework. So yeah. So now I have to do it that way. Set you over here. You have to go this way somewhere. And you will fit here. Yeah, Monica, we'll have to have a discussion about it after when I'm not on a live, because this makes it's really hard for me to work on this and try to look at that at the same time. Trying to avoid putting 2 layers of tape together. It makes it harder to work with and be able to see what I'm doing. I want to be able to see the lines from the prior cut layer. Yeah, and see, my brain doesn't think about leather right now because I have like 1,000 or so square feet of leather sitting here, because I'm not short on leather. That's the one thing. Sometimes I'm short on very specific leathers, so I don't keep the soft white because I hardly ever use it. So it's not something I ever keep laying around. Yeah, you keep what you use. I actually need to redo my area so I can unbox the rest of the leather I have sitting in boxes around here. Because my shelves did not come out. I need more shelving. And so what I'm going to do is, instead of buying another shelf, which is expensive, is I'm going to redo the shelves. And instead of having the shelves sitting together, I'm going to pull them apart and put 2x4s between them, or boards. I'm going to get boards cut to fit on the shelves, or I'm going to buy the wire rack you can get, but put something between them, which will basically create another shelf without having to buy the whole shelf unit, which is $100 and something. If you want to buy things that I know I need for the for leather crafting, I do have my Amazon wish list posted underneath my video. I have all the links down there, and my Amazon wish list link is in there, or it should be. The only time people buy leather is when it's very specific to what the project was, like that rainbow hat. She wanted to be able to pick extremely specific fabric or material to work with. And we went through several rainbows, and that was the one she chose. But a lot of people just will pick whatever I have in stock. They'll say, "What do you have? It's in blacks," or "What do you have in purple? What do you have in reds?" And I pull samples and take pictures and say, "This is what I currently have in on hand," and then they'll pick what they like, and we'll go from there. Or if I'm not working on a commission and I'm just working on something out of my head, I'll just grab whatever hide talks to me that day and lay a pattern on it and make something. I do not know why this curved edge is giving me so many problems. No, it's not that, Monica. It's that Two Leaves is currently live, and so everybody is over there right now. Two Leaves went live after I went live. They don't normally go live on Sunday. So that's one of the reasons why I chose Sunday as one of my days to go live. So this video will be one that has doesn't have a lot of view on it. But I will get my subscribers and viewership up eventually. Or maybe never. It'll be what it'll be. But I'll start setting up the streams I want to do when I want to do them and just go for it. So now these, I put that one, that's right side up. Put this one right side down. Again, they're mirror images of each other, so when I go to stitch them together, this will work out beautifully. And I don't need this piece anymore. So this is it. And this pattern is already a mirror image of itself, so I don't have to flip it in order to do the left side and the right side, because the left side and the right side are identical. I am going to flip this because anything I don't use, I want it up at the top. Yeah, when you get that long distance call, you get that call from out of town, you kind of have to take it. I understand that, especially when if it's someone you want to talk to or need to talk to. And I say it that way because there's some people that don't call me even though we're supposed to be family. I quit making the phone calls because it seemed like I was the only person that realized how to use one. And nobody was calling me. I was calling everybody else. One of those kind of things. Uh, and it gets old after a while to be the only one making phone calls. So I just kind of gave up on some of it and figure when they're in desperate need of something, they'll call me. But I'll probably take some actions to cut some ties. Instead of causing myself extra stress. I'm not going to mark this one with the pen because I can clearly see where I'm cutting. Yeah, I think everybody is over at Lisa's. She's talking about a topic I don't want to put over here, so that's fine. But it does explain some analytics to me on what people go watch. I am not keeping that little strip. That's too small of a piece. I'm going to go back here and trim this little edge that I missed. There we go. So now I get to repeat this with blue. Last time I glued the white to the blue to work with it, and I'm not doing that this time. I'm actually going to sew them separately and put the blue in like a drop-in liner. I think. I say that this piece I will not make in blue because I'm doing this piece in all white. And one of the reasons for that is the being able to see it through, seeing the blue through the white when it's on the band that goes around the hat. I don't want that. And that is when I do this, when I put blue and white together to do this part, I didn't like the way it looked. I did map it out last time, but so I'm leaving it white like this one is. And I am clipping all these pieces together so I don't misplace anything. Because that would suck to be working on a project and be missing one piece, especially when I'm working with leather that was purchased for a specific project. I try to be very careful with the leather for that and not misplace any of it. And this hide was bought just for this. I bought the first hide to do the 2 hats, and then turned around and had to buy another hide to do the replacements, the redos, so to speak, where I need to redo them because they didn't fit right. I am increasing the measurements on them because I made them how he said, and they didn't fit. So I'm increasing the size to redo it, and just hoping it'll work out this time. Otherwise, I'll have 4 of these hats to sell, and I'll have to give him his money back because I don't know how else to do it to make someone happy. And now, the blue hide. This is the hide I'm worried about the most. Because not only do I have to cut everything out of it, I have to have enough for the piping. I need to make sure I have enough to do that before I start. It's a pretty blue. Oh, it's a good hide. I'll try to stay off the center. Let me see where the longest piece is. Because that longest strip is where I will cut out the piping. So let me see what I can mock up on the nut. Try to fold out some of this long side stuff and see what that's right, I don't need this piece. I need this piece twice. Actually, I need it 4 times. Okay, I can work on these edges and do that. turn it that way since that's more than enough. And what I'm going to do to make this lay flatter is I'm going to go ahead and cut. No, I'm not. I'm going to leave that edge alone. I'm fine. But what I will do is tape this edge a little bit, which will stop this from slipping. It is a pretty color. I might have to go dig back through my invoices and find out exactly what color this is so I can order some more, because I bought it for something else for myself. And that piece just does not link. Lay flat, baby, lay flat. This edge I'm worried about a little bit because it doesn't seem to want to lay flat enough. So I'll clippy it and see how that works. Tomorrow's going to, or the next time I stream is going to be interesting, because if I am sewing, I can't see my computer. So I might have to see if I can bring in one of my other phones to use as the camera so that I could watch it on my big phone. And so that I can see chat a little bit. Because I am not moving my computer setup. Because when I'm sitting here, my computer is right here. My sewing machine is behind me to my right. So if I'm at the computer, I can't read if I'm at the sewing machine, I cannot read the computer screen. Not that I get millions of people in here to talk to anyway. You know, it's not like my chat's flying and I need to keep up with it constantly. Now I can. Some cut line. I'm folding this one funny, so I make sure I get both layers. Oh my goodness, I ran out of clippies. I know for some people this is like watching paint dry. I guess that's why I never really stream it. Most people aren't interested in watching me cut the stuff out. This figuring it out as I go part of it that sometimes occurs. It's the harder part for me to explain what I'm doing because my brain is gears are rolling in my head as my brain is figuring things out, and trying to explain what's going on in my head is not an easy task. So you can see I can use the white and the blue together to make eyes, make some pretty blue eyes on a project. Okay. It's also not easy trying to make sure that everything is in the view of the camera. You never think about these things if you're not streaming yourself, but when you start streaming, it's like, oh, I've got to move this, I've got to move that, I've got to change how I do this. Interesting. I'll just leave it that way. It's interesting the things you maneuver around a camera. Usually a lot of my body is up in the space where I'm working, and I can't do that with the camera on because nobody wants to see just my arms and my body parts up there. But sometimes when I'm cutting things out, I will be leaning over it, and if I do that here, my head will be in the way because I will stand up and lean over it, and then you see my head and my back. In the future, I might do some of this stuff off camera. I'm not sure yet. I might set up a poll to find out, what people really are liking to see. Do they really want to watch me work from the beginning to the end? What part of the projects do they like the most? I know when we skip over and start doing leather care stuff, that's a totally different ballgame there. because I will send out a list. I will post a list ahead of time of supplies if someone wants to do their leather care while I'm doing it, and learn how to do it. Heck, I'm gonna go get the acrylic put back on my nails because my nail just split. I have, even though I do what I'm supposed to do, I still have rather weak nails. That is why you will find that I have acrylic on my nails most of the time, because literally pulling up that tape, a chunk of this nail came off. Which is not normal, but it is what it is. Need to trim that up a little bit before I cut myself on it. I had already cut them back all the way once because they were having issues. And I was trying to let them start growing out again. They're starting. But seems like that's just not going to happen without help. They're too weak. I've had weak nails my entire life. Tried everything. The only time I did not have weak nails was when I was pregnant. I had the best nails. They grew long and thick, just really strong. And then after I quit taking prenatal vitamins, they all broke off. So there's the body in blue. So this piece is still stuck on here. I actually have a scrap here of the same leather that I am going to use for this piece, I think. Yep, I can absolutely get this out of here. I just realized that this still says that it's sewing the final. That is so wrong. I just realized my stream was saying the wrong thing under me, and I don't know that it's going to let me change it now. Not there. Because it should not be saying that we're sewing the final hat, the final seam on the rainbow. There, that's what it is. That's better. Since we are not working on that, I'll be able to get the second one out too. I think I'm probably going to work on the second hat. Go ahead and cut out the second hat while I'm at this, because that's usually how I work when I'm doing two of the same thing. It's easier for me to cut out everything, and then even when I'm sewing, I'll jump back and forth between two of them and sew all of this line. Then I will, just kind of do the repetitive parts. That's that top one. And so of the blue, with the exception of the piping, these are the only pieces we have. Are these three pieces, which is the front or the left side, the right side, and the very top gusset, because everything else is going to be done in white. And now I've misplaced an entire hat that I cut out. I have now misplaced all of the other leather pieces. And if anyone remembers where I laid them, I'd appreciate it. I'm going to put these in the box. With the other two Garrison caps, because I just misplaced all of my white leather pieces that I just cut out. I thought I had set them up here, but they're not. All I've got is my scraps over here. So who remembers seeing where I put them after I clipped them all together? I mean, how hard is it to find white leather clipped together, right? I am going to use this little tubby here. Use this, which is part of the hat box, or part of the little storage box I made myself, one of them. I'm going to put all my little pieces in there for now. Well, I'll try to figure out where on earth I put those other white pieces. Hi, Phil. I hope you're doing well. I hope you all are doing well. I'm scratching my head over here because I just finished cutting out all those white pieces and I clipped them all together and I set them down and found them. Wow, I'm losing it. I will put these with this because these go together. Not exactly lined up over there, but that's okay. This is pretty much one hat, except for the trim. Trying to keep all these pieces together is not easy. They slip and slide. But this is a hat, and I am putting it in the box that I have the other hats in that I'm redoing. Let me see if I can get the second hat piece off of this one. My scrap bin. Oh, that's always not fun. I'm ready to go to the dentist and just tell them to take them all out. Give me new ones. We joke about that in my family because there's a lot of dental issues. And I always swore that when they started with me, if I ever got the same issues that other family members had, I was just going to have them all taken out and get me a brand new smile and be done with it. Because I do not like dentists. One of the reasons why is because I have a weird reaction to most medicine. And so I cannot use the laughing gas at the dentist because I will be violently ill. And they have to use the maximum of those injections to make it where I can tolerate what they need to do. I am still in excruciating pain. It does not totally numb everything and make it where I can't feel it. I still feel everything. And I've gotten to the point now that if I have to have anything, any major work done, that they have to do sedation dentistry on me because I'm tired of stressing my body out every time I have to have work done. I've done oral surgery and been awake and felt absolutely everything and swore I would never do that again. It's bad enough when you hear them, you know, doing the work that they have to do with the tools, they're drilling and cutting and stuff like that. But to have to feel it also, that's a bit much for me. And I'm a tough cookie. So And it might be that you need to explain that to them, that nothing they do deadens it, that you need to look into sedation dentistry, which is basically where they knock your butt out. They give you a twilight shot and it just kind of knocks you into la la land. I had to argue with one dentist about it. He's like, "Oh, we're just taking out 2 teeth in the very back. It's not that big of a deal." And I said, "Is it a big deal if I kick you in the groin when it hurts?" And he kind of looked at me and I said, "You can give me the maximum number of shots and I'm still going to feel it. So, sedation dentistry it is." He decided that he did not want me kicking him in the groin if it hurt. So, sedation dentistry it was. But I push for sedation dentistry for myself. And I'm actually trying to find a good one here because I do need to get some stuff done as well. And yes, I really am seriously considering telling them just to pull them all out and screw in new ones. Don't know if my insurance would cover it. That's the problem. So I would have to see what they would cover. My bright shining smile is not the reason why I'm not on camera, just so everybody knows. It's that my face is not relevant for what I'm doing. I'm doing leather crafting. This is what you need to see. One more roof, the second half. Yeah, I only need that for the white stuff now. That over there. 2 more of these in blue. See what I'm working with. You cannot see what I'm doing here because, yeah, okay, I'm going to work from this side. Working from the smaller side. Because I'm trying to maximize where I have the really larger pieces. So that I can have really long strips for the piping that goes around it. So we can sing the song "Who Let the Dog Out" and we know it was Phil. Who let the dog out? Phil did. Phil did. Yeah. Okay, I'm not supposed to be singing on here. I said I was not going to sing on my channel because nobody needs to be exposed to my singing. I'm curious on when I get my laser cutter set up, if some of these patterns I'll be able to cut out directly from the laser cutter, or if it will be too damaging. I mean, I think someone said they still tape the leather, and so I think it would defeat the purpose of it would give me more precision, but it's not going to cause me to use less tape. It'll give me better precision and save on paper. That's it. But I throw away so much paper and tape from doing this stuff. Okay, I'm gonna flip this whole thing. I pulled it out of the way because I have all this extra blue leather I'm working with. I think what I'm going to do next is I'm going to start cutting apart my videos and making shorts out of them. And start posting shorts and see if I can get some interest and get other people to start coming in. See if I can get in the analytics of some of the people that like do the leather crafting or like watching the leather crafting themselves more, and then get more people in here, get my views up and all that kind of stuff. I just found out that I have a community tab now. I did not have a community tab last month, so interested in that. It's 5:30. Start hearing the noises. That means it's time to feed the dogs, and Oliver's taking care of that. After I finish these two hats, I will be back working on the shoe purse, which is an interesting project to be working on. Those are my other pieces I need. I'm going to actually cut this out a little bit. What I need for the piping I will cut off stream, because I need to actually do that on my big working table. To make that work. Did not like the way that laid. It didn't lay, I should say. I need to text my grandchild and tell them that the third dog is actually inside. Okay, hold on just 1 second. I need to mute my mic. Sorry about that. I'm back. The other day, the neighbor's 4 dogs got out, and a dog from 2 houses down got out. They were all in my yard, aggravating our dog that was out. And my daughter just realized that our fence is now damaged. So we're going to have to go out there and figure out how to make it stay like it needs to be. I'm irritated that, the neighbors know their fence is damaged. They had a nice wooden fence put up not long ago. And this is the second time that they've had boards fall off. So they know that their fence keeps falling apart and their dogs keep getting out, and they're not doing anything to fix that issue. But I told the guy what the problem was and what he needs to do. The fence needs to be, all the boards need to be screwed on instead of nailed. With this humidity and everything, the boards expand and contract and too much, and the nails are just working their way loose. In the box. So I'm finished with the blue for now. I'm going to do another layer of the white, and then I think I'm going to end the stream. And then I can work on getting the piping together. It's so quiet in here, I don't even know that anyone's watching. Let me see. No, that one will fit there. see if that might fit there completely. Yeah, that one will fit there completely. I think the neighbor's dogs and our dogs are talking to each other again. That's always glorious, considering their dogs constantly are getting out. And the lady that lives next door really doesn't seem to like me for some reason. Her son is really cool. She seems on the grumpiness side of the world. You know, it's like when I took her dogs back over there, and I'm like, "Your dogs got out," and she goes, "Okay, well, I'll call my son and tell him to come get them. Bye." And it was on her Ring camera, and I'm standing there with her dogs, and she's like, "Bye," and I'm like, "No, I'm not going anywhere. I have your dogs with me. I'm not leaving until someone comes and gets them because I'm not going to have them back in my yard." Her son comes out. He apologizes for the dogs getting out and is just extremely polite about it. And that's when I found out they knew they had a busted board that the dogs could get out. Because he made a comment that he was hoping they wouldn't get out that where the board is broken, where they broke the board. It's like they're dogs, of course they will. And what I'm doing is I'm trying to push it where the extra is on this back side so that I can push it through and tape it to the back layer of leather so that it doesn't shift and leave me without enough leather to do this job. Cut out both of these pieces. Hi, Sue. I hope you're doing well. I think after I cut out these last pieces, the white pieces, I'm just going to end the stream early and make this one a short stream today. It's Sounds like fun. Yeah, I think this one's going to be a short stream. I don't. I know where everybody is. They're not here, and it is what it is, kind of thing. I schedule my streams and hope that people will show up, but I'm going to tape that right there. See if that helps hold that together. Hi, Tammy. I hope you're doing well today. Go ahead and tape this side. I'm working on the Garrison cap, trying to get all the pieces laid out and cut. You know, 2 of these, 4 of those, 1 of these, and I'm doing 2 of them. So I've already cut out 1 hat's worth of leather, and I'm working on the second hat of leather. Second hat's leather. Go ahead and snip off this other piece that I don't need. That'll allow me to go ahead and tape over that edge as I go. That's what I'm going to do. That's going to be used for another part. It's not wasted because I don't waste any of my leather. Take this and tape it back around to hold these, because I am cutting 2 layers at the same time. Usually with leather, I don't do this, but this is a really soft leather, so I'm taking my chances. So far, so good. And so I'm just taking those extra securities as I go to keep all the layers together. Thank you, Tammy. I'm very pleased with it. I hope the person that commissioned me to work on it is going to be pleased. And I definitely hope the new owner is going to be pleased. That's the hard part when I do these commissions, because I look at something and I'm thinking, you know, oh my gosh, it came out wonderfully. And then I always wonder if the person I send it to is going to feel the same way. And that's what happened with these 2 Garrison caps. You know, I felt I was making them to specifications, but then when they got them, they didn't fit right. And so I'm remaking them, and it really bothers me that I'm having to remake them. But yeah, it's one of those things. So because they didn't fit her right, I have added, actually relay this piece. This is not laying flat, and I don't want to cut it with it not laying flat. You know, my ultimate goal is I want them to get the commission of the hats and be happy with them. Because if they're not happy with them, then they're not going to tell people, you know, oh yeah, it worked great. I've got this hat. It's beautiful. You know, and I have another lady that's gotten 2 hats from me that absolutely loves them. I mean, she paid $400 for one hat and $300 for the other, $350 for the other one. And didn't balk at all about the price, didn't try to barter the price. She understands the amount of work that goes into it. And these are words that she said. She goes, "Oh yeah, that's a lot of work that goes into it. It's time consuming. I'm using your skills. You're using the tools you had to pay for. Um, you're using your knowledge that you've gained in the process of doing this. So I understand the cost." You don't always get that from people. Some people are like, "Yeah, but can you cut me a deal?" And I usually do cut deals. People don't realize it, that I already am cutting prices on a lot of the stuff that I do. And I know I don't have to, but because this isn't my main source of income, I do cut those prices a bit. Now you take your time with your family, Sandra. I'm glad you have a sister that calls you and keeps in touch with you. Some of us only wish we had that. Okay, I feel better about that now. Get this one cut out. I need this pattern piece to make the second one of these. And again, I don't normally cut leather with scissors, but this is such a soft leather. Oh yeah, that's exactly right, Sue. I try to cover my cost and the replacement cost of the leather as much as possible. Um, on the commission I'm working on right now, uh, my time and effort is lost. It's overhead on these because I'm remaking them. The amount he paid is covering the cost of the leather that I bought, but basically it ate up the profits that it ate into the profits from the first set I made. So yeah, I had to buy new leather, and so that was my profit from my efforts from the last hat. Helped cover that, worked on that, and so it's these. Yeah, these two hats. I'm not really making anything on them when I work out the times and material. So, but I get this one worked out right, and I know these. I know that I know who this is going to, um, and so the hopes are that people will see the work. Mutual people that we know will see the work and go, "Hey, wait a minute! I didn't know you could do that. I want to get one too." Kind of like what happened with Scott's hat. I mean, I posted it and somebody, a mutual friend, we have share a mutual friend, and so through his mutual friend, he saw my post of Scott's hat, and he's like, "Oh, my friend wears that kind of hat, and I want to get him one for Christmas." Um, you know, and we worked out the color that was to be chosen, and what leather and color, and then any details like that. And he paid, and I made. Um, and I know, like for this style hat, I know there's another company that makes them that sells on Etsy, and they're their edges aren't finished. They look sloppy. Their stitching is crooked. Stuff like this that I don't understand why you would post pictures of it, kind of things. It's one of those things that if you have a stitch line and if my stitching starts wavering like that, that's not what I would choose as my picture to post for selling something. You don't post the worst pictures, you post the best pictures. And they chose to post the ones that were not the greatest pictures, and I don't understand it. And they're part of the reason why I wound up starting to do stuff, because I started doing it for myself because I couldn't find what I wanted in the quality I wanted. Because I tell people I'm a snotty bitch when it comes to some of my stuff. I wanted a certain way, and that's it. And I couldn't find what I was looking for and meeting the quality expectations. So I started making stuff for myself. Well, then when people were complaining about these other people's work, I decided that I could make for other people as well. That's one of those. This is going to be tight on this leather. Not a lot of room for error with the leather that I have. I think I'm going to tape that edge to begin with. If we run through. Yeah, and Tammy, I do work with people to do payments. That's like, people think I'm joking on Robbie's channel when I say that, I'll buy me a pretty rock and I'll put it towards an item. I actually do that, and I've had a couple of people do that so far. Joyce and Barry bought me a rock that I really wanted, and then they turned around and gave Robbie more money for me to get whatever I wanted, and that money is going towards a commission. One of the reasons I do that is, and that's using the leather I already have in stock, because I have tons of leather in stock. I was talking about that earlier. I have thousands of square feet. It gives Robbie money, so it kind of boosts for him. I get pretty rocks, and the person gets a pretty item, so I find it as a three-way win for us. And yeah, sometimes you do have to restart stuff because it matters. Even if it's something you're giving away for free, it matters. So yeah, it's like I have pieces and parts that are identical. The pieces are nearly identical to the pieces and parts that are in CC DeVille's hat, because I did something and I looked at it and I was like, well, I wouldn't wear that. And then I wind up redoing the part. Is that the right spot? Trying to get my heater turned back on. Yeah. My feet are cold. Yep. I'm at the point now, Tammy, where I'm cautious in what I'm buying, because I'm trying to fill in pieces that I don't have in my collection. I got excited Friday night on Robbie's because I was on Get Swamped. I was able to get 11 rocks that I did not have, or crystals that I didn't have. I didn't already have them in my collection. I have a sizable collection. My so far I've been cataloging and I'm well into the thousands. And that is not individual rocks necessarily. Some of them it is. On the bigger stuff, it is individual rocks. But on the smaller stuff, I'm grouping it into all of the same. So I have some amethyst, and all the small amethyst has one number. So I'm not, if I tried to, I mean, I would have hundreds of just amethyst pieces if I did them all individual. But all my tumbles have one number for the whole. I started to say glass, and that's because that's exactly how I have them right now. I went to the secondhand store and I bought glasses, and I'm talking drinking glasses. Some of them are wine glasses with stems. Some of them are stemless wine glasses. It varies. And so I put, I have all the raw amethyst in one glass, and I have all my tumbles in another glass. And because I have to figure out what I'm going to do in the display when I put the display together. But when it comes to, I have amethyst on a stand, all of those have individual numbers. All my amethyst on a stand does. But all the tumbles and raw pieces all have one number. Haven't touched my scepters yet on how I'm going to do those, if I'm going to just group them into the other number or give them their individual numbers. Because I'm just creating a catalog. It's for myself. I'm putting numbers. I have some labels, and I'm putting numbers on the pieces with these low tack labels. That means they don't have a lot of sticky stuff on them, so they don't leave a lot of sticky residue behind when you pull them off. And I'm putting those on each one of these things each thing I'm labeling or cataloging, so that, I don't have to remember absolutely every rock. I can just grab it, look at the number, and then pull it up in my catalog list and go, oh, that's this rock. I do put the numbers on the pieces. I have those little price tag labels. I think, let me see. Let me look at a ruler. They're probably 1/2 to 3/4 inches long and a little bit taller. I can show you. I get them on Amazon. I think they come like 500 labels. 500 stickers in a box. And so I did that. I got those and I put them on. On some of the ones that are more difficult, I have used packing tape also to hold them on. But one of the things I do is I put the label on, and then I use something to go around the edges of the label like this and really push it down to make sure that it adheres really well to the stone. And it's not like these are going to be moved around and tumbled around all the time, so I don't have to worry about the labels falling off during wear and tear, because there is no wear and tear on a piece that's sitting in a cabinet. And I've been labeling them and just sticking them in boxes for now. They're stacked in boxes. And I'm getting to the point where I need to start pulling the big stuff and getting that labeled, because some of my bigger pieces I don't have labeled. Towers, spheres, all the rocks that have been cut into shapes, all of those have been labeled. All my raws, my tumbles have been sorted. I have not finished cataloging them. I have little pieces of paper with them that tells me what they are, because I still have a few to sort. Then I will take a picture and catalog them. because I'm absolutely using the phone app to catalog them, and it takes a picture with them and allows you to alter the title of it if you need to. So if it's a combination piece, you can. It also allows you to put in the locale. So when I get pieces that I know are from Brazil or Spain or Argentina or Russia or whatever, I can put in the locale of where that stone was found. Because, like, I have fluorite that's from the US, which has a different value than fluorite from somewhere else, because you can't mine fluorite in the US anymore. So the value changes. Okay, rocks from a closed mine are worth more than one from an active mine. And so I keep that kind of information in the app. To help me track everything. And I love the identification app because it is not 100%. But with proper lighting, it is pretty good at identification. I have literally taken pictures of stone on Robbie across the computer that Robbie had up, trying to identify them and me state what it is, and then Robbie finally find the paper that goes with it. Goes, yeah, that's what it was. Or I'll say it, and then they go look up the stone and go, oh yeah, that's what it is. So it's a pretty good app for taking pictures of the stones and cataloging them. And it does allow for you to put in that, what you think, what the stone is, if what they have is not working. If it keeps misidentifying it, you can put in what it is. But I've had very few problems with it. I usually take the pictures multiple times at multiple angles. And on some combination pieces, I'm sorry my hand's in the way, but I'm having difficulty getting this edge going. These scissors will work better because they're angled different. But yeah, I love my rocks. And I can't wait to finish cataloging them and getting them all put in the cabinets. And then I get to convince Robbie he really does want to ship me my stuff, because I don't want to wait 6 months to a year to get my stuff again. Because he knows I come down there, he often doesn't ship to me. So I went down last time and I had a year's worth of purchases sitting in his space. I don't want to do that. I want to be able to catalog the pieces and get them put up and on display. Okay, I did that one. Oh, there is 2 pieces here. That's right. I have to get the tape off of here, but it's too much when I get a year's worth at once, because I wind up with boxes and boxes, and it's harder to manage getting them put away quickly, because I do work a 40-hour work week at a regular job. So yeah. I got to figure out how I'm gonna do it next Saturday, because I am going to give blood next Saturday. So I got to check how I'm going to do that with stream times. I've got an appointment for blood donation. Oh yeah, I know that, Tammy. I'm gonna grab these other two pieces. Keep these together. And I'm folding them I'm putting them with the right sides together. So the outside edge, what would be on the outside is against what would be on the outside. And that's mainly to make sure that it's kept clean more than anything. Well, the hide was big enough, just not plentiful enough. No, I'm not going to have much extra on this at all. Let me see if I can avoid using this piece. That's the one that has a small mark on it. But I don't know that I can get all 4 pieces out of this. Let's see. No, not do it that way. I could here. But not there. There's the hole. There's a mark on here. Let me see if I can. There's the mark. And I'll work around it. I can absolutely place this piece and avoid that dark spot. I'm just gonna the quick method. It uses more tape. But it holds everything in place. It is a very, very thin. Let's see if I can. Very, very thin and soft leather. That's why it has to be 2 layers. I'm doing a white layer and a blue layer for the body of the hat. Which is what I did on this hat. Everything is 2 layers. But I'm doing it different this time. Instead of, these are all glued together. And I'm noticing it, I don't know, I'm going to have to do some testing with some of the extra pieces to see if I need to glue the pieces together or if I can get away with not gluing them together and doing it like a drop-in liner. And part of it has to do with how well it's going to hold. If I just stick 2 layers together and not glue them together, is it going to give it enough body for the hat to hold upright? So that piece will work out of that one. I'll set that in there. Finish with that piece. I have 4 of those, and so I only have to get 2 of these. Actually, I might be able to do that. Awesome. Absolutely will work. Get some clips on this. That little clip lost his little red piece. That happens because these are like almost like tool dip, but a very thin coat. That'll work. Yeah, I use these kind of clips all the time because you can't pin leather together. So it's up to tape and clippy things. Everything is tape and clips. I will absolutely use them when sewing things together. I put clips around it and pull them when I'm sewing on the machine more than anything, because when I'm sewing by hand, as you saw if you watched the videos or were on with me when I made the last hat, the rainbow hat, I will use thread and I will hand stitch, skipping holes every 5 to 10 stitches to baste things together. If I'm hand stitching, or I will use these neat things that Marcia got me. They were on my wish list. These, when you're hand stitching, you get these little things, and you put them in the hole. You put them, you put 2 pieces together, and then you put this through the hole, and it holds, and so it helps you align all your pieces. I tried them for the first time. I just recently got them. I tried them, and they work amazing for holding things together. Makes it so much easier for stitching. It's annoying getting them off, but it's an annoyance I will definitely put up with for holding the pieces together while I'm stitching. And it's easier setup and everything than using the thread to baste everything. It will also be, it's reusable, so no thread waste. I'm not wasting all that thread that I was using prior. So there's 2 layers of hat here. Clip these layers together here. And I do want to let you know I appreciate you being here, and I hope you will hit that thumbs up. If you're not subscribed, please hit the subscribe button, hit the bell notification so that you get notification when I go live. I put my information in the section underneath the video with my Instagram and all that information. So if you're so inclined to go check out some other stuff. And I did put my Amazon wish list if you're inclined to buy something to support the channel. Support my habit of my leather crafting habit. I do not do this as a main source of income. Some of the money may or may not go to charity. It depends if it's time for me to do a charitable donation, because I myself do my charitable donations on a regular. Whether it be buying something from a charity or donating cash directly to them. I do that. So some of this money may or may not go to charities. I have a variety of charities that I support, so you don't get to pick where the profits go. And they might take the family out to eat, or they might buy me a cool leather hide. Depends what I need and what I'm looking for at the moment. I've used the pattern a few times now. It's getting hard for me to see that edge. Trying to use my nail to mark it. My fingernail's just bending underneath me. That goes down that edge pretty cool. And yes, I said that because some channels will tell you all my profits go to charity, and you have no proof of that. I'm not going to lie. All my profits don't go to charity. I have no problem with that. Some of mine will buy leather hides. Some of them may buy me pretty rock. And some of them may pay the electric bill. It depends. So I don't make any promises other than I'm not going to lie about where my money's going. Basically, it does the bills for taking care of the family, or it buys me pretty rocks, or it's going to charity. Those are the three main expenditures I make. And I say going towards the family, that includes food, shelter, utilities, and all that kind of stuff. That's all lumped into one category. So yeah, I spend the money on whatever. When the channel goes monetized, I'm going to buy cool equipment for leather crafting. There's some pieces that I would love to have that I just cannot. I can't currently justify spending the money on. I'm still kicking myself over the fact that how much money I spent on getting a laser cutter that I still have yet have time to sit down and work with. Um, it was a little bit of a rash decision. I probably should have waited a little bit longer to make, but I made it. The baby is sitting over there, and eventually I will have time to sit with it in the software and figure it out. But I didn't want to wing it. Did I not? Yes, I did. I didn't want to just wing it with the laser cutter. I actually want to spend the time investigating what it is I'm working with, uh, and make sure I know the machine itself pretty well before I start working with it. Where's there it is, my rainbow ink pen. While the lighting is good for the camera, it is not necessarily good for me. I have to get a lot of watch hours. Um, or, well, at first, I need to get enough subscribers. You have to have like 500 subscribers to get full monetization. I need to check on what it takes to get super chats. I don't know. But if people are so inclined to just drop me dollars, they can go below the videos because that's where I put the information for PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. If people are so inclined to just drop money on me, I will not say no. I'm not gonna sit here and beg you for money, anyone for money either, because that's not what I need. I mean, that's not my goal. Is it to get monetized eventually? Absolutely. Anyone on YouTube is looking to get monetized, no matter what they say. If they sit there and tell you, that they're streaming every day, but they don't plan to get monetized, that's bull. Everybody has that wish that they would get enough subscribers and and watch hours that YouTube says, hey, we'll start paying you money. Who doesn't want that, Especially considering that it is a great environment for people who can't necessarily work a full-time job outside the home, um, physically or whatever, that they could get on YouTube and wind up getting monetized and make some money to take care of themselves. And I think it's uber cool. So yeah, people want to be able to make money off of it. It's a driving force for most of us. My husband just texted me, and I should probably text him back. He just asked me if I wanted pizza. And the answer is no. We can get Domino's for everybody, but I will not eat pizza. I will eat wings. So I think that's my final part. Let me drop him a quick note. Oh, hi, Jennifer. How are you feeling? Yeah, Tammy, Etsy is crazy. Crazy with fees on Etsy. Oh, did someone? Oh, dogs here. We have 3 German Shepherds and a Min Pin. I'm catching up on my chat right now. Yeah, I haven't sold on Etsy because Etsy is insane on pricing. And I answered about the what do I need to go monetization. I have to have 500 subscribers and more watch hours or a ton of people watching on shorts, which I have no shorts yet. That's my next thing is I'm going to take my existing videos and start chopping them up into smaller segments that make sense. I might take a larger segment and speed it up. I don't know. And start posting shorts and just shorts and shorts and shorts. Whether I might, go outside with one of the dogs and take a video and post it as a short just to get the shorts up. Yeah, Jennifer, I saw your picture and I know you look pretty beat up, but I am sorry that that hospital is one you would not want to go back to. It always sucks when you wind up at a hospital to get something done and they, well, we did that with my grandson when he broke his arm. And the first hospital, I yelled at the doctor, told him to get his damn hands off my grandchild because he was trying to soft set Christopher's arm after it had been broken, compound fracture. So he broke 2 bones and it's sticking through the skin. And this doctor is trying to soft set it without the child having any kind of painkiller. And so we wound up not staying at that hospital, but transferring him to a hospital that had a actual pediatric unit instead of some painful, aggravating person trying to do something. The doctor was horrible. He was just horrible. And so, yeah, I don't wish that kind of stuff on anyone. I wish they held most hospitals to a much higher standard. We'll just leave it that way. A much higher standard because they don't. They're not held to a standard that they should be held to. They're not held accountable for some of their bad behaviors. And that stinks. And I will catch up on chat in just a second. Let me finish laying out this and stacking them together. And clipping them. And then I can fold this one up. Too. Jennifer, basically what I'm doing is I'm remaking these Garrison caps that I made because these were slightly too small. So if you hear of anyone looking for Garrison caps, especially white with blue trim, I have a couple. I do appreciate you showing support, Jennifer, especially considering you just got out of the hospital. Oh my goodness. Draw blood from behind the thumb now. I wouldn't let them draw blood on me behind the thumbs. Nope, that's not a place I would let them because, well, I don't want them messing with my hands at all because my hands are my living. Um, I kind of protective of my hands, but I'm also extremely firm when it comes to needle sticks because I've seen the ones that like to go on fishing expeditions. Because they're at the hospitals where I go, and I know in North Carolina and in Georgia, they're limited to how many times a single nurse can stick you, and then there's a limit on how many times that you can be stuck before they have to give up for 24 hours. And one of the things that the nurses started doing is they would stick the needle in and then start moving the needle around while it's in your skin, trying to get the vein. I will not let them do that. Um, because while I have a high tolerance for pain, there's certain pain I do not have a high tolerance for. Um, that causes me a lot of problems. So I do not allow them to do that. And I was dehydrated one of the times when I went to the hospital. I had pneumonia, and the nurse said that she needed to do a blood draw to get something for the doctor. And she tried this arm and failed. She tried my other arm and failed. And she went to stick me again. And I told her, I said, you need to get someone from the IV team because you're not sticking me again. And she says, well, I have to. And I said, no, you don't have to. You need to get someone from the IV team here with the little Doppler thing where they can find the vein and do it right. And she said, no, I will do it. And I said, I revoke consent for you to touch me again. And she told me they were going to kick me out of the hospital. And she ran over to talk to the doctor. And the doctor's like, you've got someone that's severely dehydrated. They probably have pneumonia. Call the IV team down immediately. You see, I went through it when my husband was on dialysis. Um, he was doing peritoneal dialysis, which is your home dialysis, but we still had to go into the clinic on a regular to do his blood draws, to check all his levels, um, and just general checkups. And, he would get where he had to go to the hospital and stuff. And I watched him do this fishing expedition. And, I finally put my foot down. I'm like, no, you're not doing this anymore. Oh my gosh. See, I would get a patient advocate to file charges against them because they should have been, regardless if you're awake or not, it is still their responsibility to make sure your diabetes is under control. And them not having you on insulin while you were not awake is unacceptable. And having your glucose level up to 500 is insane. I would get to talk to a patient advocate and say, what were they trying to do? Kill me? Those are some of my favorite words to ask. It's like if I were there and I knew this, it'd be like, what are you trying to do? Kill my friend? She's my little sister from another mister. Are you trying to kill her or what? You don't let her diabetes get out. No, you don't let it get out of control like that. Yeah, and a lot of people don't realize when it comes to your medical care that you do have a voice when it comes to things. Powerful, extremely powerful words are I revoke consent. You can revoke consent from an individual touching you or from a specific procedure. And those are very powerful words in the industry. We had problems with one of the nurses when my mom had open heart surgery. It was the same nurse that was there when they went in to do the heart cath on mom, and they go in through the groin and wiggle up, and when you come out they put a weight on your on the incision in your groin, so that, because it's a main line, it's a main blood line, and they don't want you to bleed out, so they put a weight on it, bandage it, put a weight on it until it heals up, which takes several hours. And mom was in the bed, and the nurse came in and said she wanted to check it. And mom's like, they told me that weight bag cannot come off for X number of hours. And the nurse took it off anyway, and blood spewed all over the place. So when my mom had her open heart surgery, the same nurse was going to be responsible for taking care of my mom for a week. And my sister walked in and saw her, turned around, walked back out. And a little bit later, they changed the nurses. My sister happened to work at the same hospital, and she went in and told them that as my mom's primary care person, that she revokes consent for that nurse to lay hands on my mom since she tried to kill my mom. And they pulled her and put another nurse on it because that's how they do things. Now I'm going to catch up again. Yeah, I know Jennifer's been stuck all her life. Yeah, you can have doctors, and it's the same thing. I have to find some doctors to take care of some specific things with my broken body. And when I go in, I'm going to let the doctor know that they are being interviewed by me on whether or not I'm going to allow them to do my health care. Yeah, Shell is so soft spoken and quiet until it comes to something to do with Jennifer. When it comes to doing with Jennifer's care or Jennifer's health, then Shell is like, back up. And I finished cutting out all the white and blue stuff that I have to do today. So what I'm going to do now is I think I'm going to make a dragonfly, because I do need to make another rainbow dragonfly. So I'm going to make a couple of those while I'm sitting here. I know I have some strips that are perfect for doing these dragonflies. That piece looks like a mustache. Mustache. And I am going to do like I did the other one, and I'm going to have it on both sides. Take that piece. See how big of a piece I need. Big enough? Nope, that piece is not big enough. Yep. So you saw what I was making? The Garrison cap? That is not going to work. It's not going to work. So that piece is done for, I think. Oh, Jennifer, no, I'd actually finished cutting out all my pieces, and so I absolutely don't mind you coming in and chatting. You are a good supporter of me, and I appreciate that a lot. Just stick these together for a second. I'm going to throw some glue in here and let it be the luck of the draw how the back side is going to look. And I'm going to make a dragonfly with some purple in his wings. Yes, this your surgery is absolutely a doctor's excuse from having to run right now. No running for you until the doctor clears you. And Jennifer is not lying. If you're going to run an event, Jennifer is a good person to have around because she will run her legs off um, to make sure that whoever is responsible for the event has the support they need. That is a firm truth. Trim this down and see if I can flip the piece and get the other half out of here as well, the other side of it. No, the dragonflies are half the price of a turtle. They have lots of little pieces, and these little pieces are great for doing these dragonflies out of. That's why I love doing the keychains, because you can use up all these little pieces and parts that you have. Actually, I like the print of this one, so I think I'm going to use this one for the other side of this piece. Breaking that nail earlier, just killing me here. Yeah, I love the print of this. I really do. And I'll pull out a piece of the green to make my little body on. I've got lots of scraps here. Not that piece, that's for the smaller bodies. This one over here. All these little pieces where I've cut tape and not used it, I stick them to the side, stick them on my camera stand, and that's why I'm magically pulling pieces of tape out real quick. There's one body, one pair of wings, two pair. Let's see. Good coloration. Okay, Sue, I will make you up one and I will drop it in your box. Yeah, Sandra, I said earlier that it's nice when you have family members that you can talk to, that you enjoy talking to, and that call and talk to you. Not everybody has that luxury. Um, Looking for my glue container that's totally missing right now. Hold on, let me grab another one. My favorite Chinese takeout containers are awesome. I actually use these when I'm mixing paint. I use the lids to mix paint, um, or put out a little paint when I'm just needing just a little bit and I don't want to keep the jar open. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you again. I appreciate your support. I did have to order some more glue. I think I ordered more glue. I buy it by the gallon because it's cheaper per ounce. And I do use the water-based glue a lot. Okay, so I will check that one shortly. Let's see if I go to Amazon. Okay, yeah, I get glue tomorrow. I do get glue tomorrow. Now I'm curious, when you look at my wish list, do you see when I've bought stuff? I'm pretty sure it shows you when I've added stuff to the chat, but I didn't know if it showed all the other stuff as well. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know what it does or doesn't show on there. Slap some glue on here. Glue on this side. I've got a grandchild staring at me.
I'm not staring at you. I'm staring at what you're doing.
I'm making a dragonfly.
Ah.
Like this one.
Oh.
So that's what I'm making.
Gotcha.
And I think the rainbow wings work beautiful
Yep.
for the dragonfly.
Yep.
And I do put the rainbow on both sides.
So you don't do rainbow on one side and do those are just black. Both sides.
Yep. And my stream can hear you, so you can say hi to everybody.
Hello, everybody.
It's Topher, the big boy. It's funny, the people that have known him for a long time, they hear him now, and they're like, "What happened to this kid?" He had a little child's voice, and all of a sudden, his voice dropped, which is weird because he didn't go through the squeaky phase of his voice cracking constantly. His voice just kind of gradually changed. Yeah, Timmy, that's what I do. Is I created my wish list I have multiple lists. I'm not going to put my leather crafting stuff on the same list as home security systems or stuff like that. That stuff I want for the house. And so it's stuff that I want to buy myself or stuff that I use on a regular. Daggone that nail's back, jumping back again, bending. Like for me, if it's on the wish list, it's easy for me to find the glue I'm using. I don't have to go through Amazon and search for it again. Or if I find a particular store that I like to buy from, then I put stuff on my wish list that I want from them, and that way I can find that store. I do the same thing in Etsy. I will favorite something or favorite a store. So I shall set that piece aside and let it dry. Stick some glue on this piece. And I think when I make the hat, if I decide to glue together, I need to be careful to use a much thinner coat of glue. I actually might water the glue down some to use it, so that I can paint on a thinner coat, because that way I make sure that I'm giving it enough body without making it stiff. Because that's one of the things this glue does, is it is causing it to be more stiff. It is a stiffener when it dries. It's glue. Hello? Yeah. And for a lot of glues, if you put glue on both sides and then you press it down, it actually makes it adhere better. But that is definitely true for most all of your leather glues, especially like a barge cement. Let me see. Oh, wow. That's cool finding family members like that. Is he still denying it? Or does he now admit that, yes, you do have a sibling? Yeah, Topher was in here and then he ran off. He doesn't last long in here. I'm going to go ahead and glue this and prep this for another one. My grandchildren are so different. Topher is going to be my outdoorsy rock collector, yard work doing guy. And Oliver is the shut up, leave me alone, I'm going to cook you a good meal, and then I'm going to do artwork kind of guy. Totally different children. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It is hard when you lose family. Especially if it wasn't what you would consider time. It wasn't just, I don't have problems with people when they pass of old age, when it's just old age. It doesn't bother me as much. I'm very sensitive when people pass away. I get upset. I cry over people I don't even know. That empathic way that I am, and it's just how I am. I can't help it. Especially if it's someone if it's related to someone I know. So when people come in and they're like, "Oh, well, this person in my family passed away," and I get upset and cry for them. People don't see that, obviously, and it's because I know that person. I know, I know a little bit about the person. I know they're soft-hearted or stuff like that, and so it hurts me that they lost someone. I can. It's one of the reasons why I don't read the newspaper anymore. I don't read the news much anymore because um, I was crying over strangers. You know, a married couple and the man that married couple and they're in their 50s and one of them passes away, and I would cry for the other one because that's too young. Um, and it was getting to me. It was getting to me. It was getting to me quite a bit. And I decided that I needed to take care of myself better by not allowing myself to deal with that. Oh, that piece is absolutely big enough for a wing. So I just need to match it up with another piece that is big enough for a wing. I'm going to come up with some kind of little art piece I can use all these little snippets for. Just kind of like get something and get a board and start gluing down these different pieces of leather. Make a mosaic. A leather mosaic from pieces of leather from all different projects that I work on. That'd be kind of cool. They'll buy me a little garbage can exclusively for scraps from projects and do nothing but throw all the scraps in it and then pull out some of the little pieces and put them in on a piece of artwork and just have this ongoing board of art of leather pieces. Oh, see, I couldn't, Sandra, I could not work at a hospital. Absolutely could not. My sister does. Um, and she actually works, she doesn't work in certain areas because of her attachment. She actually works where she's mentally prepared because she does work a critical care unit. So it's one nurse and anywhere from 1 to 3 patients, and their life expectancy is low. So when she's expecting every patient's going to die and they don't, then it makes it easier for her. So, yeah. Okay, so that's another one. I'm going to whip up this dragonfly. Rosie is going on live now, so I should probably be considerate of her time and not stay on live because she does have her scheduled time. I know she goes on whether I'm whether someone else is on live or not when she has her scheduled time, which I'm not complaining about because like she's scheduled. Like yesterday, I for some reason thought she went on at 7:15 on Saturday, and I was mistaken because it's 7:15 on Sundays. Where is that going to fit? Yes. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it quits for today and go to her channel and finish making up these pieces while I'm over there watching. There's another body there. So I'll make up a couple of butterflies. My sister will not work where there's children. Because the loss of a child would be too devastating. It's why she does not like working the ER. She's lost a child, so emotionally it's a bit much to put yourself in the environment where you're going to go through that again, potentially go through that again. So she doesn't. But, she's good at what she does. They do call her down to the ER on occasion because she's really good at sticking tough sticks. So, alrighty, I've got stuff laid out here for 2 more dragonflies. I've got this one. I've got this one. I'm going to do these while I'm on Rosie's channel. I know one of them is going to Sue. Sue will get the one that has the most green on it. Monica had said she wanted one, but we have to work that out so that I don't know that she's paid yet for it, so obviously I don't send stuff out until they're paid for. I am doing shipping. I probably will go do it later tonight or in the morning while I'm supposed to be working. I wanted to get things out last week and I didn't, but I will get these out. So I am going to actually finish up the stream and log off so that we can all go over to Rosie's channel. This is Rosie's channel. I do appreciate those of you who came into the stream and stayed. I appreciate you more than you know. And I will call it a night. And I will stream again tomorrow. I will be setting up a stream for tomorrow afternoon or evening sometime because nobody streams on Monday, it seems. So I will take Mondays. But I'll set up that stream later tonight. And I will talk to you all later. Bye for now.